Okay, now you can hear me. Okay, whatever. Okay, now you can hear me. Welcome, welcome, welcome back to my stream. Dev stream number 46. And we're getting close to being done with this whole plot outline deal and where I can start implementing some stuff in the game. Um, I don't know if I'll get it done. Let's see what's today. Oh shoot, today's only Tuesday, so that means that today's will be update 23, and then shoot, I don't think I'll be in time for that. Um, it's not really relevant to the game, but it is relevant to um, the videos, the live streams and stuff. I'm supposed to switch to once a week after about 3 months of videos. That's 24 videos, and 3 months. 3 months being 2 videos a week for 4 weeks. That's 8 videos a month. 8 times 3 is 24. And so I'm supposed to be all cut up. I'm supposed to be starting to do these once a week once I hit that mark. I'm not even caught up. I'm still working on number 14. I've been hoping that things will speed up, but they haven't. But I'm going to try my hardest to get on time. And actually, I might go ahead and next week start the once a week ones. What it means is I'll be working on the game for 5 days a week and only be editing on Saturdays. So edit streams will only be on Saturdays, starting next week, I guess. If I hold to my schedule the way I've been thinking that I was going to, I'm gonna do 3 months of 2 videos a week. That's 2 update videos. That's not streams. Two devlog update videos, and then it's gonna do another 3 months of one a week, one update video per week, and then after that, I was gonna switch to once every 2 weeks. We'll see. We'll see if that once every 2 weeks thing is gonna hold. But I guess even though I'm not caught up yet, I guess I'm supposed to start. Supposed to start doing once a week, start next week. So it's five days of actual development instead of just 4 days. So that's exciting. And then the other thing I'm thinking maybe possibly um, if I do when I start doing the twice a month thing every 2 weeks, I'm thinking of still taking every other Saturday off, so that way I only have 5 days of actual working, and then every other Saturday I won't be doing edit. Really, it means I won't be doing edit streams. Um, if I'm caught up, if I'm all caught up, I'm gonna say, yeah. Anyways, just doing 5 days a week, but only doing an video update every 2 weeks, every 10 days, so that I'll get every other weekend will be a full weekend off, and editing on the one day. Either that, or it'll get so much to where I have to actually edit on Saturday, even though I'm only providing a uh, I'm only doing a, how do I say it? My update might still only be 10 days, every 10 days instead of every 5 days, but still keep the same schedule. So I might have an edit stream or just editing on every Saturday, but only releasing an update once every 2 weeks, and that kind of would make some kind of sense. Anyways, so yeah, I'm supposed to be starting to do that. So starting next week, I'll be editing only on Saturdays, and I'll be doing development on 5 days, every five, over the weekdays. Anyways, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm working on. And okay, so today, what we're going to do is we are going to. I think I said I already had. I'm not sure if I already have Max's subplot in here yet. I thought I might have, but maybe not. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I'm sleepy again. I've been getting some okay sleep. Not what I should be. I should be going to bed at around 10:30 because I'm waking up at 6:30 every morning. But as it stands, I'm going to bed about midnight. And once I once I get consistent with the midnight, I'm gonna try to back it up to 10:30 like it's supposed to be, which I may not be able to do because I've done this so long that my sleep schedule might be screwed up permanently. Okay. So this is the part we're concerned with Max. When Red doesn't come back, which she won't after Kurt takes care of her. Hmm. So Kurt actually gets killed in here. Mm-hmm. Okay. So this shouldn't be too hard. Okay, let's here. Let me switch to desktop, which I'm probably not by now yet. Okay, there we go. And so everything should be hunky dory. I got the audio on. I got desktop on so you can see what I'm doing. Then and then I got that. Okay, and everything is good. Okay. So we're actually this is Max's subplot has to do with getting Red to recruit the werewolf army, and these are kind of the same plot points as a couple of other things. And Max has already brought Red out of hiding at this point, and then she recruits the werewolves, and then the midpoint is it's the thing I need to add. In fact, I need to when I do Sir William, it'll be like his first half instead of his second half instead of the second half like here. But that's okay. Let's see. He needs someone to tell him what's happened to Red. In fact, I might should put that. Okay. Okay, so already a file scene, the word I did with the midpoint. Red doesn't come back. He starts getting suspicious. Asks the trusted service to find out, and the servant comes back and says she's been disposed of. Sad and a little angry, asks about the company and more to see if they can figure out what happened to Red. Well, if the servant already told him, then he doesn't need to. Um, he doesn't need to go see what happened. So maybe maybe this trusted servant goes and finds out that she had went into the woods, or that can't be it either because it's when she's coming back. So she's actually coming back. Okay. So let's reconfigure this a little bit here, and what I'm going to do here is um, let's just go ahead and I'm going to change this slightly here. That was a note, wasn't it? Something. I don't know if that was a note or not. Okay, so slip out, outline, revision. Okay, this is the same. Max starts getting this. It's just ask to trust the servant to find out what's happened. And the servant comes back and says, he found this hood, this red hood, this red rider's hood in the possession of Violet. Sounded a little angry, he asked Violet to accompany him to Werewolf Village to see what they figure out. And actually, let's actually take this and put whoop. I'll actually put this in plot point 2 here. Well, I don't need the thing about her not resisting. Okay, so okay, makes him the leader. I have to modify this a little bit. Um, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to figure something out here. Let me check something here. Let's Control F. Let's find I don't know. Let's find red first. I think. No, let's find Kurt. Kurt goes to meet with Violet after remembering Violet's rivalry. Frees up Kurt, become the leader of the pack if Kurt limits red. World is led by throw red into a hut in disgust, and Kurt comes back. World discuss joining Max's army after you debate. Red goes back to Max with a positive answer. Wake up on the road. Okay, let's go down to the next thing Kurt experiences. Red goes back to the werewolf village, and then Kurt jumps out of the bushes, and they tumble back into the forest. Kurt then reveals okay. Kurt gets back with the second meeting. He goes into Rottweiler sites to grab the totem. So he's not leader yet. He hasn't become leader yet. And so this has got this thing with Max that has to be after Kurt becomes a leader. So when they gets there, uh, when they get there, Max asks Violet where she got the hood. So she tells Max fully that Kurt brought it to her. Okay, let's just we're gonna make this short and sweet. When they get there, Max asks both parties what happened to Red, and then finds out it was on Violet's authority and Kurt's actions. So Max throws a fireball. It's magic, whatever. It's a spell or something. I haven't decided what they're going to do. It's just he has magic, so he can like generate a fireball out of midair or something. I mean, that would probably kind of make sense, I think. And okay, so Max throws a fireball. Okay, he finds out. I'm gonna put this back in the midpoint, just because of what it is. Still kind of makes sense here. Max throws a fireball toward Violet, but Kurt jumps in the way. Furious, and dies. Okay. Furious. Max Giles told leadership tells Werewolf the first one gets to keep the totem and become the new leader. Thorn runs after Violet in the forest, then returns to say she's done. Max says he'll only give the totem if they join his army. Thorn readily agrees and gives him the staff. Okay, so now this slightly revised version. It's not real bad, but slightly revised. Now I can integrate this into the dealing. Okay, so let's find out where the midpoint where Red is not coming back. Let's see. Errol reveals Roy was promised to remove the curses. He didn't want that and asked Violet to enhance it. Now, okay. Hubert himself goes to Fairy God College, releases would-be Fairy Godmothers, and asks for their help. I have to figure out where to put this in at, because it's gonna have to be after the fairy godmothers are released, and the princesses are found. Meet at the hotel. Okay, let's put it in here, I guess. I mean, I'm not sure if that makes sense, but we're gonna put this in here. Max gets suspicious of Red's long absence. Actually, that's all right, right? Because let's see something here. Hmm. This is just so that I can see it later when I come back. It's 3:33. Just gotta remember it. Okay, so what I need to do here is I need to search for I forgot what I was doing. Let's go back to 333. Max gets suspicious of Red's long absence. I don't remember why I have a problem here. What do I have a problem here? Um, Hold on. I'm trying to figure this out here. Let me put it on my thinking screen, because maybe that'll help me. I'm not getting hot coffee. I am actually really thinking though. What was the deal? I gotta check. Let me check here. Let me go after Max here. Max and Zanzibar. That's not it. Max wants a lot of Quicksilver. Pull Scarlet out of hiding, asks her to go conscript the werewolf. Red tells Rose that Curse joins his army. Command to meet. Actually, what happens with Rottweiler? Does he get killed or something? I don't know. I don't know if I. Huh. Max finds out. Okay, Max uses Zanzibar. Zanzibar. Go rent Zanzibar. See, I haven't even figured out about Rottweiler. Okay. I'm gonna get testing. Okay. Oh, the row still red. They want proof. That's back here. Discuss joining Max's army, and then Kurt and several others out of lead sent. Okay. Okay, let's see something here then. I have an issue in here, but I can't figure out. I can't remember what it is exactly. Brain isn't working right now for some reason. Brain. What did it? I need. Okay, so I need to find where Rottweiler is because somehow I haven't figured out. Somehow I didn't write him out of the story somehow. Because he grabs the totem of leadership. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe, yeah, let's find Rottweiler. Let's go all the way up. Okay, Rottweiler. Led by Rottweiler. Okay, so presumably Rottweiler is still the leader of the pack. I guess. They're red into a hut. Okay, so there's a thing where I kind of messed up, I think. Which is, firstly, Rottweiler isn't even written out. Okay. Secondly, it appears though that she is making. Appears though that she's using the totem of leadership to make Kurt the leader. It hasn't been challenged. Nothing's happened to Rottweiler, and so still bugged by the name Rottweiler. It's a stupid name. Sounds stupid. Anyways, um, presumably Kurt would need the totem of leadership in order to be leader in the first place. And Violet doesn't actually help him become leader just yet until he brings the totem back. Okay. Um. Dang, should have this. This thing should be done already. Um. And I am falling asleep, and I don't know why, because I thought for sure that I got enough sleep last night, but apparently I did not. So I don't know. Maybe I need an extra taurine or something, or some coffee. I'm going to be getting coffee, but I'm not going to be starting it till like 2:30, so I have to survive on my morning coffee, what I drank this morning. Yeah, so I don't have anything in here that says Rottweiler is cease being leader, and he needs the totem of leadership to be the leader. And she asks him to. Now she does do the thing. She does offer the incentive. So he goes to her first, and he says, "Okay, I'll make you the leader if you get rid of Red." Okay, so he goes and gets rid of Red. He comes back, and she says, she doesn't say anything. That's kind of a problem I have in here. She doesn't say anything. But Kurt says to her that he doesn't want the curse removed. Instead, he wants the curse enhanced because he feels it gives him power. And so he wants to be visibly stronger and more menacing and, bigger and everything. Um, so he asked her to do that, and supposedly she does it if he brings her the totem of leadership. And really, what all she's doing is she's saying she wants the totem so that she can bind the werewolves to her. And then he goes back to claim leadership. By this time, Rottweiler's gone, and he shouldn't be gone. And that is, I didn't figure out a way of disposing of Rottweiler. Maybe he doesn't go. Maybe well, maybe there's the two things too. Maybe I can combine the two things. I don't. Uh, I guess I don't need. Let's see. How do I say this? I don't necessarily need them to be two separate items. He goes there and then he comes back, and then he goes back again. Totem of leadership. All right, let's take a quick look here. Let's find out here. Is there do I need a separate thing in there in between Kurt? Does Kurt need to make two trips, or can he just make one trip? So let's find Kurt again. Okay. It goes to meet Violet after remember their rivalry. Uh, if he eliminates Red, then he goes and he eliminates Red. Okay. Let's see. Red goes back to the werewolf village, jumps out of the bushes, then tumbles in the forest, then takes Red's Riding Hood back. Um, could this happen? Hmm. I'm not sure why I'm having such a hard time with this part. I mean, I know the sleep thing is affecting me trying to think up certain things, but that's not what I'm having a problem with here. I'm trying to see if I can consolidate that into two different things. Um, or should I not consolidate? Maybe I should figure out what happens to Rottweiler. Maybe. Okay, let's see something here. Goes to Rottweiler's hut and starts to grab the totem. Thorin stops him. Is there something Violet could do that would help him become leader, even without the totem? The totem would presumably be his, anyways. Goes back with a second meeting. Hmm. Honestly, let's see. There's a fight. Kurt returns to the village and takes his place as the leader. Maybe Rottweiler's still around. Maybe that's what I ought to do. Oh, it would kind of solve a thing here. And that is, he returns to the village, but now he's visibly him and his followers are visibly. That's right. That is what could happen, couldn't it? Indeedy doody. And diddly doodly. Okay, that makes that makes a lot more sense too. Um, he doesn't take place as the leader. Kurt returns to the village, and with his, I wonder if I should. Okay, okay. Kurt returns to the village. Takes place as. Okay, so I'm gonna do a little recording here for real quick, and I'm just gonna kind of repeat what I just said here. It's probably not necessary for me to give warnings every time I'm going to record something, but I just figure I'm going to be going over it. So I start typing stuff in and going, you know what? This is probably something I should record and put in my update videos. And so then I have to kind of rewind and go back, and then I have to restart it. And so that's why I keep kind of like apologizing, so to speak. Anyways, so give me a quick second here. Okay, so basically, I didn't have any thing written for Rottweiler's demise or his usurpation or whatever, and so I needed to correct that, and I decided that uh, when he comes back to take his place as the leader, he's going to him and all of his followers, all of Kurt's followers, are going to take care of the rest of the werewolves. Um, of which there are only a few, because only a few really wanted to get rid of the curse. The rest of them didn't. And so he's going to go back, and they're going to dispose of the of all the ones that wanted to get rid of the curse, and then he's going to become the leader now that he's visibly enhanced. Now, Kurt returns to the village, and with his followers, get rid of the werewolves, including Rottweiler, who wanted to remove the curse. Okay, that's not on one line, and I get it. I can always put stuff on two lines if I want to, but none of these are on two lines. So I am going to shorten this. Kurt goes back to the village and disposes of Rottweiler and his followers, and then takes his place as leader. There, that does it. That's good, and that's to the point. Okay, now should no more be not recording now, which I'm not, which is good. So it looks like I got two watchers or listeners, as the case probably is. So thank you, couple of guys who are probably in here all the time, for actually watching or listening or whatever you're doing. Thanks. Anyways, we're gonna do that. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and update this. Now let's go back to edit, and then I go back to 3 something. Isn't going to be 333 exactly, but be somewhere in this neighborhood. It is still 333. Okay. All I did was change the line, I guess, a little bit to reflect the fact that he takes out Rottweiler and his followers when he comes back. And I did that with one line. That's pretty good. Okay. So now this is after one of Violet's one of her, what do you call that? Error, but it's not error. The error I'm looking for? I hate that when that happens. Whenever I need a word, I want to say a word or want to come up with a word, it never comes out. I never can think of it. I'll think of it later, just not right now when I want to say it. Anyways, mistake, I guess. So Violet makes a kind of a big mistake here, and the heroes set the vacation fairy godmothers and find the vacation princesses and free them as well. That's like strike 2 kind of thing. And then the third strike here is when the third strike is when Violet happens to take care of Red, and I don't know if this servant here is okay. So, okay. I'm gonna do a little recording here, I guess, too, and let me make sure that I have my my subplot thingy here open. Both parties asked what happened around find out Violet's stories, Kurt's actions. Kurt jumps in the way and dies. Okay. Darn it, I keep on doing this thing where... There. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start... I think I can do it right now. I'm going to go ahead and start a recording here of me putting in these couple of things in here. All right. Okay. All right, so what we got here now is we're going to put the rest of Max's subplot in here, or part of, or his subplot in here. Right now, added in here. Max gets suspicious of Red's long absence, and so gets a servant to go and find out what happened. The servant returns later with Red's Red Riding Hood. With Red's hood, and tells Max it was in the possession of Violet. Now let me see something here. Kurt goes in the village. Okay, Hubert himself goes to Fairy God College. Roland and Roland Sr. Listen to what Mr. William has to say. We can do this like so. Okay. Cook goes back to the village. Hubert himself goes to Fairy God College. Roland Senior and Roland Junior head to the North Country. Oh, good. I got a reaction. Anyways, okay, so Roland head north. Max finds out that John and Roland and most of the slaves are rescued by Hubert. Max gets suspicious of Red's long absence, so he gets the servant to go find out what happened. The servant returns later with Red's hood, tells Max it was in possession of Violet. We'll deal with the streamlining later, I guess, and this could be like in one scene or something. The possession of Violet. Open all the portals. Let's see some here. 389. Okay, so supposes Hubert itself goes a very here. Let's do something in here. Max grabs Violet, and they return to where wolf village. Where okay, I'm gonna try to do this shorter. After I'm gonna have to do a lot of editing on this stupid clip too, annoyingly, but I guess that's the way that goes. Um, after returning, after going to the werewolf village with Violet and confronting her and Kurt about Red, he kills Kurt with a fireball. We'll do it like that, because I don't necessarily need the thing about him jumping in the way. He just kills, right? Max says he'll make anyone leader that can Violet runs into the forest, and Max says he'll make anyone the leader who disposes of her. Thorn comes back, but before giving him the totem, he says he'll only give it back if they agree to join his army. The werewolves under Thorn, they disposed. He had to wrestle the leadership from Thorn. That means that Thorn is already disposed of. So, see something. Maybe Thorn doesn't get disposed of here. After a fight takes, okay, Max gets suspicious. Wait. Okay, let's go find Thorn. Okay. Okay. Thorn Rottweiler's third in command stops Kurt from getting the totem. Kurt goes back to the village. Just Kurt goes back to the village. Okay. Stops Kurt from getting the totem. Thorn Rottweiler's third in command stops Kurt from getting the totem. They fight, and Kurt takes the totem. We'll say Kurt goes back to Violet. She casts a spell. visibly alters Kurt and his pack. Okay, we can leave it like that. I don't need to put the deal. And then he goes back. Kurt disposes of Rottweiler and his followers, but Thorn was in hiding. Disposes of, except for Thorn, who was hiding, and then takes his place as leader. Okay. Okay. Kills Kurt. Okay. Thorn comes back. The werewolves under Thorn agree to join the army, and Max gives him the totem before returning to the castle. Okay. Whoops. That's not what I want. Control F. Okay. Alright. So, now that means that, okay, so that little recording probably took a lot longer than it should, which means I'll have to spend a lot more time editing it, which is annoying to me, but that is the way it goes. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and update. This is, okay, so let's go back to my notes. Phil's fireball, grabs total leadership, Thorman's after Violet, and then returns to say she's done. He'll only give back the totem. Okay, so I got that in there. So this is, okay. So update. I think we pretty much are done with, we're done with Max's deal now. His subplot, I mean. Things are still starting to look kind of bad for Max now, because Violet betrayed him. Red is dead. Hubert has actually rescued. Not only has he rescued John, the slaves, and everything else. He's also freed the fairy godmothers, the princesses, and the Black Knight has already been taken care of. And so now what he's got left, I mean, he's still got enough left to do something, but what he's got left now is a completed and working Omni-Gate. And then, of course, he still has his armies. He's got armies. He's got the armies of werewolves. He's got witches and wizards and all kinds of creatures and stuff working for him. So it's not like he's diminished. But the good guys have made enough inroads that they can probably win here now. And since a lot of this is happening in Act 3 here, where the rest of the stuff happens, where they free him and whatever, that's because at the end of Act 2 is the second plot point. That's usually the point where the good guys fail. And so, you know, they were all failing until they kind of regain things here. And then this is the towards the end here of actually regaining their advantage, you might say, or at least to even the playing field. The playing field is now kind of almost even now, in a sense. Now there's still more actual good guys than there are more heroes than there are actual villains, right? Because it's just who does he have? Max still has Barty. Although maybe not really, because maybe you have to defeat him. Maybe all Max has now is basically his armies, which he does still have the armies, and he has this portal machine that works. So yeah, very interesting, the whole thing about the Act 3 structure and all this, and the way things are kind of supposed to work. I guess because I did this for everybody, for all the characters, and sort of had an overall thing where I kind of did that. It sort of works out. I think it works out kind of well when you take the story in total. Um, you'll look and you'll say, yeah, it kind of works right. Um, they had lost, but then there was this midpoint where they found out what Max was actually doing, and then they have to take care of everything else, and then finally, finally basically all the advantage that Max has is gone now, and so now they're almost pretty much on a level playing field, so to speak. Because now it's more like the battle. It's like even though they have the fairy godmothers and the vacation princesses, and they got some good citizens, and they got the enchanted guard and stuff. It's like now it's kind of a match now, and even the battle, although the battle is going to be kind of short because this is an adventure game, and not only that, this is starting out as a choose your own adventure, which is even less. I can describe the battle, but and the battle might have its own the same thing. It might have inciting incident thing, which is basically this story is the whole inciting incident basically, and then they have to start out introduction of the players kind of thing. A turning point, a plot point where uh, they have no way out but to fight because Max can still send armies through, and yeah, I don't know if I'll be that in depth to the actual. I don't know if I'll be. I don't know if it'll be that in depth uh, in the actual battle as I am with the rest of the story, because the battle, in a sense, is unimportant. It's not really unimportant. It's important to the characters, right, to win. But the important part of the game is the story leading up to the battle, you might say, and then the battle is just kind of the finishing touches kind of thing. It puts the cap on everything. So now, uh, I haven't updated yet, right? I'm gonna go ahead and update, I guess. Oh, wait a second. Let's look at revisions. Uh, okay. So I guess that's correct. That's correct. That's correct. All right. Let's go back to the deal. Let's go back to edit. And now let's go and find where we're going to put the rest of these plot points in here. And actually, it's going to be starting with that line with where he rescues the. Okay. Karin. Okay. Just checks the window. It's all boarded up. Karin returns to Bats. Mentions. Alright. So we're actually going to go ahead and put in her subplot, and then we're going to do the counts subplot afterwards. Alright. So I guess I'm going to record these in 2 more videos for each subplot here, so I can add that to my video. And let's see. I'm not recording right now, right? I'm streaming, and my voice is there, and everything is looking okay. And Karin knocks on the door. Okay. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to do this in the game or not as part of the game, which is she goes up, she reads the note. You might be tempted to go to Fairy God College immediately. So I don't know if I'm going to offer that as a choice in the game. Like you going there and then coming back or whatever. Um, because if you're doing it a certain way and you're a player, let's say I'm a player and I read this and I read, you know, do I want to go to do I want to go to Princess Prep? Okay. So first off, let's go back a little bit because the way I wrote this, there's still a little bit of an issue or like a problem, you might say. Okay, so basically, she wants to know what happens to the princesses, and the obvious conclusions go to Princess Prep. However, John was there earlier, if you remember, and he got in via the headmistress's office. Actually, it said he went in, and then so I'm not sure if I change that to where he enters in through the window. But anyways, he goes in through the window, goes to the headmistress' offices. He notices the itineraries there with the Grand Enchanted Landing being the first uh, destination on the itinerary, and then the headmistress is trapped inside a plant. Basically, Violet had cast a spell that caused the leaves to wrap around the headmistress so to put her out of the way. But she could see a little bit, and she could hear. And so she saw her take a few things. She heard a male voice say that she'd better get back to Fairy God College, and so she relays that information to John when he goes in there and he frees her. Now, so the obvious question here is to say, well, if there's nobody in there and we don't, the only thing we have to go on is Fairy God College, we should go straight there. So that's one of the things. I know I put this in here where she goes up to the door and then sees the note, but I don't really have to do that. I can short circuit that. Okay, so in this, she sees the note, and at that point, if she wanted to, if she had decided to go to Princess Prep anyways to look around, and she sees the note, and she says, "Okay, Fairy God College, I should go and check Fairy God College." Um, she might not even check the back, check the window, try to get her way in. Um, that's not an issue though because I can make that as part of the game where you, if you do that, then it's all boarded up anyway. So she could go directly there to Fairy God College. But the issue is her going directly to Fairy God College instead of coming back to the motel. She doesn't need to. I mean, if you're thinking this logically, you're thinking somebody's actually doing this, or if you're thinking that somebody's playing somebody actually doing this. Um, the the first thing you'd think is you want to go back to Princess Prep because that's where it starts and that's where they were missing from, and maybe she wants some clues. But John's already been there and he could tell her there's nothing in there. Okay, so you might still be curious as a player. Maybe you might be still curious if you're a real person doing it, but strictly speaking, it does not need to be in there. Also, her returning and then them saying a few things isn't necessarily necessary either. Karen returns to Bats, mentions the note and the fact that the window in the back was all boarded up. John mentions that the headmistress claimed she heard a male voice saying the female, which is Violet, need to get back to Fairy God College. Hubert mentions that it's run by Violet Moonshadow. You probably know where the princesses are. She heads over to Fairy God College with the count in her bag after transforming the bat. So, and me trying to couple with the sighting incident in plot point 1 has me doing some extra superfluous stuff that doesn't need to be in there. And maybe I don't even need to write that in there. Maybe I'll just decide to combine them because I don't need that extra bunch of extra lines anyways. I need this in here in a way. So if I did this right, Karin poses the question. Okay, so she heads over to Fairy God College and they make plans. So if I wanted to do this right, maybe I should do what I did with the other one because I only rewrote a few lines of that too. But here, what happens is instead of actually going there, instead of seeing that note or anything like that, and I don't know, maybe this is something with the finished game. What happens is you can go directly to Fairy God College, or she can go to Princess Prep if she wants. But there's nothing really in there other than what I show here. It's boarded up. It's got this note that says go to the Fairy God College, and it's just sort of a lead in. But that doesn't need to be in this thing. All I need here, right, is she poses the question: if Princess Prep was closed, where are all the vacation princesses? So John then pipes up and says, "Well, I was over at Princess Prep, and the headmistress says she overheard a male voice telling Violet that she needed to get back to Fairy God College." Hubert can say, Fairy God College is run by Violet, so and we'll probably know where the princesses are, so that's probably the best place to go. Then she heads over to Fairy God College, right? Yeah, maybe I should do that. The inciting incident could be her posing the question. Um, they could all say, that's a good question. Maybe we should investigate. Okay, let's do that. Let's go ahead and let's just take this. I might have to do the same thing with the count after looking over it again too. Revision. John mentions when he was there earlier. The headmistress overheard a male voice saying she needed to get back to Fairy God College. Yeah. Okay. Saying to a female voice. See. Hubert confirms that would be Violet as she runs the college. And so, oh, this is when they make the plan. So this actually looks like a kind of a stronger variation anyways here. He confirms that would be Violet. She runs the college, and so they come up with a plan. Free me to find out what happened to the princesses. The vacation. These aren't real princesses; they're tourists. Find out what happened to the vacation princesses. Let's see. They made. Um, okay. Um, and also to free the vacation fairy godmothers. Then Karin heads over to Fairy College. Okay, so here's a little bit of a kind of a whole. I know I'm still kind of writing these, but we're gonna get through this. I'm gonna get through this. I'm gonna put this in the outline, and then we're gonna get the account deal, and he's gonna go in there too, and then we'll be done for this part. Actually, I might only get to finishing putting these into the plot outline, but the streamlining part will be happening on Thursday and Friday, which is kind of fitting for the fact that I'm going from 2 videos a week to 1 video a week. And so this kind of wraps it up nicely, you might say. Why do I have 2 notifications? Software updates, which I already looked at, and then I got a reaction to clear notifications. Okay, so um, show some screenshots or something. This is the only problem. Okay, I got okay. Anyways, thanks for the reaction endeavors from the Redot Discord general. It's a Redot discussion channel, I guess. Anyways, okay. Okay, so here's my problem here. This is why I had it written the way I had it written earlier. And that is that there's supposed to be a special program. So normally they wouldn't let anybody in there. So I have to have a thing where now if this is the final game, if this is the point and click, they go up to Fairy God College and she'd knock on the door and they wouldn't want any, and there's no way to get in there. And so you have to figure out a way of getting in there. And the one way to get in there would be to go back to Princess Prep to find out if there's something, some code or some sort of thing, some password, something that shows that they're supposed to go to Fairy God College in the first place. And the only way you can find that out is if you go to Princess Prep. So, um, let's do it this ways. It's still adding the thing in, but it's doing it backwards in a way that makes more logical sense. This is logical, where John's been there before. Hubert knows it's Violet, and they can give her this information. So Fairy God College is where she wants to be, but she's not let in. Why? She doesn't have. It's like having a password. If you don't have a password, or if you don't have you didn't find a key or something, right? And so she's gonna have to go over to Princess Prep anyways, and in that we also have this thing that we're building in toward the end game, which is going to be a year from now, 2 years. I don't know how long it's going to take because it's taking a long time. But since that other part is going to be like content, it might not take that long. But anyway, so I'm just going off. So the important thing here is that the game part, this is actually good for the game because in the final game, the point and click version, you'll be able to go back to previous locations. One of them will be Princess Prep, the other Fairy God College. So if she goes to Princess Prep first, she'll see the note and everything, and then she'll go over to Fairy God College and is able to be let in because of this quote-unquote special program. But she doesn't know about that. In fact, maybe it should have a password or something on it. Maybe it should have a thing, uh, you know, saying for, special princess password, and maybe that can actually be on the sign. But I digress a little bit. So she goes to Princess Prep. Maybe she can go around back and she sees it sported up. So she can't find anything else that ways. But the important part is she does still have to go to Princess Prep. She does still have to have a thing to say, you know what, I was taking the Princess program and it was closed by the time I got here, and so they decided to take her in. So let's just slightly revise this to where it works better. It's the same thing that I did with Max's deal. I ended up kind of doing the same thing, but I kind of reworded it and changed it slightly so that it makes more logical sense. And I think this is going to work for this. Okay, so heads over to Fairy God College. No, she needed to get to wait. She needed to get back to Fairy God College. When she knocks. Uh, let's see what happens when she knocks. Greeted by a guard. Um, Maybe she gets a hint she needs to go back to Princess Prep too. Oh, and that's where the password could come in. Actually, that makes it doubly good because I can give him an extra hint, which is basically, I mean, it means it's not very hard. Even in the final end game, it's not going to be that hard because she's going to go here and then she can't get in, but then there's going to be some hint that maybe only princesses can come in. Uh, only those that sign up for Princess Prep can come in or something. And so maybe the player doesn't know. Maybe they figure they have to come up with a application or something to show that they signed up for the Princess program, and so she has to go back to Princess Prep. And that could be a subtle hint. A subtle hint is to go back to Princess Prep and look for clues. And that's kind of what you want to do in an adventure game, anyways, in a mystery and stuff. Sometimes the clues don't reveal themselves until they're needed, right? When she knocks, the guard does not let her in and states only those who were rejected from Princess Prep. Maybe. No. What would be good? A good like hint. states they don't need any more fairy godmothers. And only people, let's see, only those from in the princess program. Well, we don't want to tell them that they have a special program. We want them to see that on the sign. You can try Princess Prep if you like. Okay. Karin, Karin goes back to Princess Prep, where she sees a sign on the front door that says they made a special program for princesses. People who paid for the princess program. At Fairy God College. Fairy God College. Uh, Password is swordfish. Okay, that's just a little in-joke with me. If you, I believe it's called Horse Feathers. It's, Marx Brothers, which were several brothers that were comedians, and they were in vaudeville, and then later on they started a string of successful movies, and this one's called Horse Feathers, and in it they're at a speakeasy, and two of the Marx Brothers do this routine where they have to have the password to get into the speakeasy, and this password is swordfish. So if you ever get a chance to see the skit or the movie, you should probably do so. It's pretty funny. Um, okay, so we'll say the password swordfish. I'm just being funny here, anyways. So Karin returns to Fairy God College and says she's a vacation princess. And then she says the word, and they let her in. Okay, I know that's a big long thing for this midpoint. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it in like a single 1 or 2 lines in the plot outline, but we'll figure it out. We'll we'll guess this. We'll fix it. We'll do this thing. We will do it. Greet. What's up? What? Okay. Mm. Okay. Wait a second. Oh. And they let her in. Alright, plot point 2. Um, a princess is led into an office where none other, I don't know if she'll recognize her or whatever, none other than Violet Moonshadow is filling out some paperwork, but obviously doesn't recognize her. She tells her to throw her bag into the box and that it will be returned later. She is then taken to a great library. Karen's told to choose 3 fairy tales to read, and she opens one at random, sucks her inside, return the bookshelf. Okay. This is what happens on Hebert. Hebert casts a spell to carry the bookshelves, re-enlarges. Hebert asks Sir Williams to take some of the best knights, enter the books. Okay. So, now we have the slightly revised. What time is it? 2. I think I heard the coffee maker, and I was gonna actually come out and do that at 2:30. But if the coffee maker is already being used, and if I'm hearing the beeping, that means it's still not done yet. It's just done, stuck in the wire through or whatever. I forget. Anyways, I'll be taking my break at 2:30. But let's see if we can get these lines. Let's see if I can compress these lines into a few small, short lines, and then put them into our plot outline, right? Okay, so let's make sure this is saved here. Plot outline time. Okay. Okay, let's see something here. Very good. Further help. Hubert goes to Fairy God, releases, asks for their help. Okay, so we're going to be changing this, and I'm going to start recording and seeing if we can't. Okay, so the rescue. The rescue. The Great Rescue. Okay. Start recording. Okay, so Hubert himself goes to Fairy God College and releases the would-be fairy godmothers and asks for their help. Well, this is not exactly how it's going to work because I've got a few other things to do. Um, the princess wonders what happened to the students of Princess Prep, and Let's see. Let's see something here. Let's see if we can shorten this. The princess, Hubert, and John decide they need to infiltrate Fairy God College. Make plans to rescue the fairy godmothers, the vacation, and vacation princesses. Okay, so they make plans as an action, that's fine. Like I said, some of these might have a couple lines instead of one line. We'll see. The princess goes back to Princess Prep, sees a note, go to Fairy God College with a password, and returns there. Okay. The princess gets into Fairy God College with princess gets into Fairy God College with the password and is taken to the library. He's asked to grab some books and opens one and is immediately sucked inside. Okay. The count, who was in her handbag, as a bat, makes it back to Hubert and John, and they all go to Fairy. They all go back to Fairy College. Okay. With Hubert's full magic, they force their way in, and then release the vacation fairy godmothers and go and get the books. Back at the bats in the belfry, John goes into the books to bring Karin out. They instruct Sir William and his men to go into the rest of the books and retrieve the princesses, the vacation princesses. The end. Well, it's not the end, but it's the end of this part. Oop, cancel. Okay. And done with that. And now I'm going to go ahead and update this. And then the good part about this is the counts story might not even need to be rewritten or nothing like that. I should be able to put those in just a few moments, and we should be done with this part. You know, I might even be able to start streamlining today. Maybe. That is if I get this done here. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have to. All right. So first things first, and that is let's go down to the counts. Let's go ahead and read them. Princess wants to find out. Mystic Magician agrees to help the Count with his problem. She helps him with hers. Count agrees to turn it into a bat and hide in the princess handbag when it gets accepted. She has to put her bag in a box, move to another room. Count trying to stay out of sight, tries to see what's going on. Almost with the incinerator. Count narrowly escapes the incinerator and hides in the shadows until he spots another girl going down the library, follows her there. Trapped in the books, realizing the princess might end the same fate, flies only hiding in the shadows. He goes back to the deal to tell them. All right. And so I'm going to be doing that within here, and I'm also going to be recording that as a separate daily. Okay. So let's start with assigning incidents. Okay. So let's start recording. Now we're going to put it in the count, which is kind of intertwined with the princess's side story. Here, John, make plans. The count turns into... Okay. The count makes a deal with the princess to help him find a mate if he helps her with finding the princesses. Okay. The Count then hides in her handbag. Okay. Princess goes back to the princess prep, sees a note, goes taken to the library. Okay. Now, let's kind of split this up here. We're going to modify this slightly. Okay. And we're going to put this on a separate daily. Gets into the fairy guide college with the password. When she has to throw her bag into a box that goes to another room. Into a box. We'll just leave it like that. The princess is taken to the library as the box with her hand bag goes into another room with an incinerator. Okay. Now, okay, she's sucked inside. Okay, makes it back. That's going to be afterwards. Before being thrown in, the Count causes the attendant to trip, and the Count goes into hiding. The Count then spots a girl going into the library and goes and follows. Visiting the library. and follows her. The count then sees the girl being sucked into a book and figures this must be what happened to the princess. Okay. Right? It's in the shadows. Okay. They go back to fairy. Release the fairy godmothers. Go to get the books. Go and get the books. Back at the Bats in the Belfry, John goes into the books to bring Karin out. Okay, so what is it going to do here? Oh, yeah. The rest. Afterward, the Count comes to Karin and asks if she can help him now. And she replies that there was a real princess there. And she just points to a beautiful woman, the beautiful woman standing there. No, she just points. Afterwards, she just points. The Count, looking at where she's pointing, meets a beautiful woman who happens to also be a vampire and a real princess. And a real princess. Okay. We'll leave it like that, I guess. You know, I don't want too many on one line, but we'll do it like that. Okay. Now. Okay. Okay, so I don't need to say the name or anything. It'll probably be in the actual final game. Okay, so there. Now we got, I guess we got, now we got the counts subplot in there too. And everything should be fine. Okay. I guess now let's upload it, or update it. Okay. And this is good because let's take a brief count before I go into my break. Okay, so there's 100 lines here. It's actually 50 lines, but 100 lines here for Act 1. Act 2 starts at 109 and ends at 311, so that's still about 200. This starts at 317, ends at 427. So the ending is a little bit longer, which is kind of okay, actually. So it looks like it still generally follows the 3-act structure, except that the Act 3 is a little bit longer than the other two are. That's not really a big deal. I mean, it still kind of works. And when I start streamlining, I'm going to be removing some stuff anyways. I might throw it out of whack anyways. So it's probably better if I look at that later to see about strengthening anything up when I've streamlined, combined things, when I move things around, you know, when I've made it just a series of events. and all that good stuff. But as far as anything goes, it looks like the story is finished. How about that? Actually done there. And actually, I'm going to record, I'm going to read this out as it is on a recording for my video update. For that video update, which is like 23 still, I think. Okay. So I got, this is kind of cool. I got 4 concurrent viewers here, which is cool. But then I'm gonna go to break, and probably it's gonna go back down to 1, which is, I mean, that's okay, I guess. I mean, I still need a break and stuff, and so I need to see about getting me some coffee and patting myself on the back for a job well done. Good job, Keith. And so I'll be back the break. Here, I still got my audio on. And what's this say, 30 minutes or so? Okay, I can leave it at 30 minutes or so. We'll see if, maybe I'll be back by 3, I think, hopefully. So, yeah, so see you on the other side of the break. Thanks for watching, listening so far. And, yeah, I'll see you on the other side of the break. Audio off. Microphone on, and I guess we're back to the desktop. So I am back from my break, and I actually think I made it in 30 minutes, I think. It's 3 o'clock, so hopefully, yeah, hopefully I did that. Right. Okay, so we got our first draft of the main outline. And the next thing I'll probably do is, of course, the streamlining effect, where I'm going to try to make sure to make sure that it's only events. And I don't know if events take more than one at the same location. Maybe I'll leave that in. I'm not sure. I always wanted to keep it to a single line and whatever. Okay, but first things first, and that is I kind of want to record myself reading out this, and I'm gonna try to also read straight through. I have a couple other times that I read, even when I was recording. Let's see, let's make sure my sound is running. My sound on? Yes, my sound is on because I turned it on first, didn't I? And because I got ADHD, I just forgot about it for a quick sec. Quick second. Okay. Back from my break. Okie doke. Okie doke. Alrighty, let's do this thing, right? So yeah, I'm gonna read this out. I'm gonna read it straight out. I'm not gonna interrupt it. I'm not gonna try to change it or whatever mid sentence or whatever. I'm just gonna read it straight out, and I'm gonna record that, and then. Okay, let's do this thing, right? Ready? And action. Okay. So, I'm going to read the complete plot outline of my game. Before it's been really streamlined, I gotta streamline it still, but I'm gonna read it through once to get a sense of how everything works together, and we'll see how this works out. Okay, Act 1. Enchanted Land's magical resort was sold to a mysterious figure by the ruler of the kingdom. This figure named Max has systematically closed down most of the resort. Many people have disappeared, including most of the friends of the wizard and chief advisor to the king, Hebert. Hebert gets external help by bringing in John, a young man from our realm. While on his way home from work, John stops in at a store, gets his favorite candy bar with a silver ticket inside. John looks at the silver ticket and says some words in the fine print, and a portal opens. John steps through the portal into a train cabin when he sees a beautiful young woman. Chester, a friendly dragon, lands at the entrance to the Cave of Splendor. He walks around the cave system under Dragonmount, trying to find his friends who are nowhere to be seen. Chester then leaves and flies around to find some of his friends. On his trip, he sees a village burned down by one of them and rams the dragon hard enough to stop. Before the other dragon could recover, Chester flies back to his cave to pick up a few shiny objects. He then goes out again searching for more of his friends. The beautiful young woman is kidnapped when the train cabin starts tumbling, causing John to fall and black out. John awakens in a forest without leaves as Hebert walks over and introduces himself. Hebert tells John that he brought him here to help him find out why Enchanted Lands was closed. Zanzibar the Great, a magician, con artist, and thief, manages to escape the police in our realm into Enchanted Lands. Zanzibar then does a few tricks for the first locals he sees. He then gets his crow, Corvus, to steal from them. Hebert sends John to night school and Princess Prep to figure out what's happening. Hebert himself goes to examine Wizard U and Fairy God College. Roland, the half-dwarf, half-giant, approaches the entrance to the dwarf mines. An old dwarf Roland knows stumbles out and tells him his dad is trapped in the Gnome Kingdom. At the night school entrance, John talks to the guards and then gains entrance to the school. After asking around, he learns a princess was going to speak at Princess Prep but never made it. Someone tells John the knights are using real weapons and dragons are terrorizing small villages. The Grand Enchanted Landing is the first stop on the princess's tour when John sneaks into Princess Prep. Zanzibar does some more shows, one with Max attending, and manages to steal from him without his notice. Max later finds his money gone and then confronts Zanzibar and makes a deal with him. Max helps Zanzibar with larger productions in exchange for doing some tax collection for Max. As Chester catches up to Phil's old friends, he tries to break them out of the spell with some of the shinies. When that doesn't work, he tries to breathe fire on them. That doesn't work either. Desperate, he flies to Nestor's cave where Nestor is about ready to fight when Chester speaks. Chester and Nestor discuss the dragons, and Nestor tells Chester about Crooktooth's control. Hubert sneaks into Wizard U and examines the Hall of Fame paintings and notices one is missing. Roland goes into the dwarf's extensive and well-crafted mines. Remembering a secret entrance, Roland gets into the Gnome Kingdom. At Fairy God College, an old friend tells Hubert Violet is back and forcing students to become evil witches. Roland happens to notice all the people working the mines and finally spots a giant chain to a smelter. The giant is Roland's dad and tells him to find Hubert and tell him Max wants a lot of Quicksilver. John and Hubert rendezvous at Scarborough Fried Chicken at the Renaissance Fair. Since the princess was kidnapped for a reason, they decide to find her and rescue her if possible. Hubert contacts his old friend the Count and tells him to turn into a bat to see if he can find the princess. The princess, tied up to a wine cask in the cellar, managed to escape her ropes with the help of some mice. She then tries to escape by getting into the dumbwaiter, to which she is forced upstairs. She stumbles upon a room with some maps and other documents which she grabs, but is recaptured. The Count comes back and tells John and Hubert what he found. Max pulls Scarlet Red Clover out of hiding and asks her to go and conscript the werewolves into his service. Red tells the werewolves led by Rottweiler that they might be rid of their curse if they join Max's army. Kurt, Rottweiler's second in command, goes to meet with Violet after remembering Red and Violet's rivalry. Violet agrees to help Kurt become the leader of the pack if Kurt eliminates Red. Act 2. Zanzibar decides to skim money off of the taxes he's collecting. Max finds out that Zanzibar is stealing money from the taxes, but doesn't know where yet. Hubert and John go to the Grand Enchanted Hotel and arrive at the side door with some guards in front. Hubert casts a spell which doesn't work at first, and then gives the guards the illusion of a large wagon with food. As they go into the kitchen, find a secret passage into the wine cellar. John clocks the guard he's watching the princess with a heavy wine bottle. They try to walk out of the side doors calmly and slowly, and someone yells she's escaped. The Black Knight rides up on his black charger as our heroes run to an empty carriage. The guard that was knocked out runs out of the side doors and tells the Black Knight to get them. As our heroes speed away, the Black Knight starts chasing after them. Max uses Zanzibar's shows to abduct more citizens and tourists. When he's got enough people working the mines, he proposes to Zanzibar to do one final big show. Zanzibar readily agrees after Max finds his stash. The princess looks back and says something about the Black Knight looking familiar. The princess asks the cook about the Black Knight's taste for unicorn meat, and the cook confirms. The princess then tells John and Hubert that this is the same Black Knight that hunted all the unicorns in her realm. The princess then asks Hubert if there are any unicorns around. Hubert replies that this is the same Black Knight hunted their own unicorns, but he hasn't left yet. Max confronts Zanzibar about the money he's stealing and then threatens this is his last show and that he will perform it. Zanzibar performs his last show and then sends Corvus to gather up the loot. Hubert, the princess, and John eventually come to the forest without leaves on the trees and slow down a bit. They spot a unicorn out of ways just standing and looking around. As they approach the unicorn, it only looks at them instead of running away. The princess hops out and starts petting him and talking to him. John tells the princess they don't have time and she glares at him. The princess asks the unicorn if he's lost. The unicorn stamps its foot once. The princess then tells him to do that again, and he does. The princess then asks him if he's a horse, and he stamps his foot twice. She then asks him if he's a unicorn, and he stamps his foot once, meaning yes. She asks if the Black Knight is chasing him, and the unicorn just looks at her. Hubert then tells her he must be losing his memory because they're in Lapswood. As Zanzibar is really big in last show, Max yells out, he just took all my money. The crowd looks angrily towards Zanzibar and start chasing him. Just then, Max gets word that the Omni Gate is ready for testing, so he leaves for the castle. Zanzibar escapes out the back with his current earnings during the confusion. Karin tells Hubert to use his magic. When he replies half of his magic was stolen, Hubert tries anyway, and before long the unicorn is able to talk to them in human speech. The unicorn is unable to remember his name, though, and they all start walking together. Soon, nobody remembers what they were doing. John notices Hubert wearing wizard garb and suggests he's a wizard and should cast a spell or something. Hubert reaches into a bag and pulls out some hats and puts them on. John then suggests he wiggles his fingers or something, and Hubert does, and instantly they're teleported elsewhere. Roland walks to the empty, open restaurant in town, Scarborough Fried Chicken. Roland looks around and starts to ask about Hubert until finally getting the count sitting down at a table. Roland then asks the Count if he has any idea where Hubert is. The Count replies he was supposed to show up here, but doesn't know what happened to him. The Count says he'll go and fly around and see if he can spot him. Roland sits down at the table as the Count turns into a bat and takes off. The werewolves tell Red they want proof, and she goes and gets Max, who promptly gets rid of the curse for a few of them. The werewolves, led by Rottweiler, throw Red into a hut and discuss, and then Kurt comes back. The werewolves discuss joining Max's army after a heated debate, agree, and they bring Red back out. Red goes back to Max with a positive answer, as Kurt and several others audibly dissent. Hubert, John, and the Princess, and Sir William the Unicorn wake up on the road with a big headache. Hubert mentions they must have been in Lapswood because of the splitting headache. Hubert then notices they're on the road to the Bats and Belfry Hotel, and they travel there. At the Bats and Belfry, Hubert dings the bell loudly a few times. The Count as a bat comes right in and rematerializes in front of them. Hubert mentions that they had a bit of trouble rescuing the princess, but all is well now. The Count mentions Roland is looking for him, and he tells the Count to go get Roland and bring him here. Once there, Roland tells them that there are slaves working Max's Quicksilver mines in the Gnome Kingdom. After reviewing the papers, they notice a blueprint for something called an Omnigate and start formulating a plan. Hubert sends Roland and John into the mines. Hubert tells Sir William that they're going to have to infiltrate the administration castle. Hubert casts a spell on Sir William, hoping to turn him into a bird. Sir William starts growing wings and then starts flapping them and achieving lift. Sir William tells Hubert to hop on and that they'll fly to the castle. Chester presents Nestor with his shiny polished stone. They both talk about the past. After finding out their long-lost twin brothers, Chester and Nestor go on a search for Crooktooth. The Black Knight looks in the direction of the dwarf mines and sees a flying unicorn with the wizard atop flying upward. Roland and John use a secret door to gain entrance to the Gnome Kingdom. Max has his techs activate the machine for the first time. First, at half power, he has them open a few gates, and then a few more. Thousands of gates are opened simultaneously and then shut off. Hubert tracks down Violet and confronts her while Sir William decides to go back to the Count's hotel. Roland and John locate the office in the mines. Roland and John then spot the dwarves tied and gagged on the floor. Sneaking in, Roland easily snaps the bonds holding them. Roland and John are then surprised and captured by the gnomes. With Violet present, Hubert casts a spell that causes his magic to return to him. The guards alerted to Hubert's presence chase him to the train station. While Sir William is flying, a huge black dragon swoops out of the sky and hits him full on. Black Knight sits atop Crooktooth, his black dragon, as he prepares for another collision. Sir William, after falling a bit, regains his balance and starts flying towards Crooktooth. Sir William gets a few hits, but doesn't do much damage to Crooktooth as he knocks him out of the sky again. While falling, Crooktooth prepares for another run when out of nowhere comes two other dragons. These are Chester and Nestor, brothers who helped Sir William fight the Black Knight and his dragon. The gnomes promptly put John, Roland, and the rest to work. Back in the mines, John signals the dwarves to overpower the guards. There's an explosion that seems to come from one of the mine walls. When the smoke clears, a train appears to have crashed into the mine. Hubert pops out of the train. The battle between the Black Knight atop Crooktooth and Sir William and the twins ends quickly. Red goes back to the werewolf village, and Kurt jumps out of the bushes, and they tumble back into the forest. Kurt then takes Red's riding hood back to Violet. Kurt then reveals Red was promising to remove their curses and that he didn't want that, and he asked for Violet to enhance it. Violet agrees if he steals the totem of leadership and brings it to her, because she claims it will bind the pack to him. Back in the mines, gnome guards are easily overpowered after they hear what sounds like an explosion. The slaves get released and start to run out of the mines. Hubert shouts for everyone to head to the Bats and the Belfry Hotel. Hubert changes Sir William back into a man. Hubert sends John and Sir William to night school to inform and enlist their help. Act 3. When Kurt gets back from his second meeting with Violet, he goes into Rottweiler's hut and starts to grab the totem. Thorn, Rottweiler's third in command, stops Kurt from getting the totem, and they fight, and Kurt takes the totem. Kurt goes back to Violet, and she casts a spell which visibly alters Kurt and his pack, and then he goes back. Kurt disposes of Rottweiler and his followers, except for Thorn, who was hiding, and then takes his place as leader. The Princess, Hubert, and John make plans to rescue the fairy godmothers and vacation princesses. The Count makes a deal with the princess to help him find a mate if he helps her with the finding of the princesses. The Count then hides in her handbag. The princess goes back to Princess Prep, sees a note to go to Fairy God College with the password, and then returns there. The princess gets into Fairy God College with the password, and then she has to throw her bag into a box. The princess is taken to the library as the box with her handbag goes into another room with an incinerator. She's asked to grab some books. She opens one and is immediately sucked inside. Before being thrown in, the Count causes the attendant to trip, and the Count goes into hiding. The Count then spots a girl going into the library and follows her. The Count then sees the girl being sucked into a book and figures this must be what happened to the princess. The Count, who was in her handbag as a bat, makes it back to Hubert and John, and they all go back to Fairy God College. With Hubert's full magic, they force their way in, then release the vacation fairy godmothers and go and get the books. Back to the Bats and Belfry, John goes into the books to bring Karin out. They instruct Sir William and his men to go into the rest of the books and retrieve the rest of the vacation princesses. Afterward, the Count comes to Karin and asks if she can help him now, and she just points. The Count, looking at where she's pointing, meets a beautiful woman who happens to also be a vampire and a real princess. Roland Sr. and Roland Jr. head to the North Country where his people are. Max finds out that John and Roland and most of the slaves were rescued by Hubert. Max gets suspicious of Red's absence, so gets a servant to go and find out what happened. The servant returns later with Red's hood and tells Max that it was in the possession of Violet. A lot of knights or knights in training listen to what Sir William has to say. All the knights and knights in training agree to help our heroes. After going to the werewolf village with Violet and confronting her and Kurt about Red, he kills Kurt with a fireball. Violet runs into the forest, and Max says he'll make anyone the leader who disposes of her. Thorn comes back, but before giving him the totem, he says he'll only give it back if they agree to join his army. The werewolves under Thorn agree to join the army, and Max gives him the totem before returning to the castle. The heroes meet at the Bats and Belfry Hotel. While everyone gathers around, even spilling into the streets, Hubert speaks to the crowd. Max and his guards assemble the armies of creatures and men. Max orders his technicians to put the machine at full power and then opens all the portals. As soon as all the armies are assembled, he starts seeing a large amount of trains flying in. Realizing who they are, he commands his armies to attack them. A large battle ensues. The battle starts waning in favor of the Enchanted Lanians. John spots Max trying to escape via one of the portals and chases him. John tackles Max, but Max throws him off, and he starts running for a stairwell. John chases Max up the stairs and onto a catwalk, and they begin to fight. John still has his silver ticket, and Max manages to grab it out of his coat. While still grabbing for the ticket, he pulls John down with him as he goes over the edge. John holds on to the catwalk with his feet as Max dangles below. Max starts slipping with the ticket in hand, eventually falls. John turns away and Max falls, and when he turns back, Max is just gone. Coming back down, out of breath and full of bruises and scratches, he notices the battle is almost over. As the battle comes to a close, the princess and Hubert manage to make their way over to John. Eventually, all that's left is the cleanup. Sometime later in the throne room, Hubert talks privately to John and Princess Karin. Hubert states that John is probably going to become king. Hubert mentions the real king is still missing. He also mentions that Max is still alive somewhere. John mentions he wants to have a date with Princess Karin. Hubert finally sets it up and gives it some magical touches. He then leaves them in peace to eat dinner and to talk. The end. How do you like that? So, good first pass, don't you think? At least I think so. Okay. Let's see. Let's make sure I'm not still recording. Good. That's going to be a long one. I'll probably leave that in as it is, maybe. I don't know. I'll decide. I'll figure it out. Anyways, I couldn't respond because I was recording some video, reading out this big plot outline that's now finished. First past, sort of. I have to stream Have to streamline next. Okay, so that's great. I know how things are gonna work now. Okay, so yeah. I could just go that. Yeah, so okay. I'm kind of doing what was feeling yesterday again too. I got done with this, and today my brain's going, "You're done now. You did it. That's it. You're good." It's like you're working on something and you get satisfied, and then you don't do anything else on it because you're in your mind you're done. In fact, I did. There was a thing that I did um, in Blender. It's been a few years now, actually. Honestly, if I want to say it, it's probably back in 2019, back when I was trying to do the other when I was trying to learn Blender and stuff for the game and stuff. But I made a Superman text, from the movie, the original movie, Superman the movie, from the 70s, 1978 or whatever, and I used somebody's tutorial had they were doing like this fake hologram thing effect in Blender, and I kind of used that and kind of extended that to doing the Superman text. And what I was going to do is eventually I was going to animate it, and then I was going to figure out about making a tutorial on how to make that. And but once I got the text done, um, I was just like, yeah, I'm done, and I never went back to it, even though I was going to, and I was going to do some more stuff like it, but I never like went back to it. So my brain, sometimes you kind of do that. Your brain kind of does that where um, your brain thinks it's finished. It's like when you have an idea for something, and if you speak it out loud, and I know I do speaking a lot out loud with my stuff, and this part of this is my motivation, and if I want to do anything with it, I'll write it down probably. Half the time I'll be thinking about it, and still have to tell people. It's just the way I work. But in most cases, you have something, and when after you tell somebody, you forget about it. Why? Because in your mind, you got it out. You got it out of your brain, and you're never going to do anything with it anyways. And that's usually kind of what happens. So this is the same way. I'm looking at it, and I'm kind of going, I'm done. I don't have to do this anymore. My mind wants to go. You don't have to do anything anymore, Keith. We're done. We can relax. So that's what my brain is doing right now, but I can't really relax. I gotta get to work on this. So yeah, I didn't spend that much time today total. Like I just had a 30-minute break. It's really only about, we'll say, from 12:30 to 2:30. That's only about 2 hours worth. And then I did this thing about afterwards, and so I only did about 2 hours of work today. But I'm probably not going to be doing that much more work today because it's almost 4 o'clock, and I could go to 4:30. That's an hour more, which would give me about 3 hours. I don't know if that'll be going that far though. Um, just partly because I finished this part, and but also just because it gets late and whatever. Anywho, let's see if I can go through this and uh I can start fixing a few things here. So, I guess I can go ahead and read it out loud as I'm looking at it. I'm not going to be recording this part. I'm just going to be, like, looking at stuff here. Janet Land's Macklesor Resort was sold to a mysterious figure by the ruler of the kingdom. This figure named Max has systematically closed down most of the resort. Many people have disappeared, including most of the friends of the wizard and chief advisor of the king, Hubert. Hubert gets external help by bringing Johnny, a man from our realm. On his way home from work, John stops in at a store, gets his favorite candy bar with a silver ticket inside. John looks at the silver ticket and says some words in the fine print, and a portal opens. John steps through the portal into a train cabin when he sees a beautiful young woman. Chester, friendly dragon, lands. Okay, so while there's nothing wrong with this line, Chester, friendly dragon, lands. I wonder if I should ever do like somewhere in the kingdom. Somewhere in the kingdom. Chester, friendly dragon, lands at the entrance. To the caves. How about the caves of Dragon Mount? Dragon Mount. Walks around the cave system. I don't know if I should do it he or whatever. Walks around the cave system. Trying to find his friends. And how about I just leave it like that? Trying to find his friends. Chester then leaves and flies around. Chester then leaves and flies around while looking some more. On his trip, Chester sees a village being burned down by a friend, then rams the dragon hard enough to stop him. Okay. Before the other dragon could recover, Chester flies back to his cave to pick up a few shiny objects. He then goes out again searching for more of his friends. On the train, the beautiful woman is kidnapped as the train starts tumbling, causing John to fall. John awakens in a forest without leaves as Hubert walks over and introduces himself. Hubert tells John that he brought him here to find out why Enchanted Lands has closed. In our realm, Zanzibar the Great, magician, carners, and thief manages to escape the police into into the lands. Okay. Zanzibar then does a few tricks for the first locals he sees, and then gets his crow Corvus to steal from them. Okay. Hubert sends John to night school and Princess Prep to figure out what's happening. Hubert himself goes to examine Wizardry Fairy God College. Roll in the half-dwarf Near the dwarf lines, Roland the half-dwarf, half-giant approaches the entrance. An old dwarf Roland knows stumbles out, tells him his dad is trapped in the Gnome Kingdom. At the night school entrance, John talks to the guards and gains entrance to the school. After asking around, he learns a princess is going to speak at Princess Prep, but never made it. Someone tells John the knights are using real weapons and dragons are terrorizing small villages. Okay. The Grand Enchanted Lannion is the first stop on the princess's tour when John speaks into Princess Prep. Grand Enchanted Lannion is where the princess was supposed to go. Let's see something here. This might need more lines. I don't know. John goes. Okay. We'll just leave that. Is the princess's first stop. Tom learns when he sneaks into Princess Prep. Zanzibar does smart shows with one with Max attending and manages to steal from Max without his notice. Max later finds the money is gone and then confronts Zanzibar and makes a deal with him. Max helps Zanzibar with larger productions in exchange for doing some tax collection for Max. As Chester catches up to a few old friends, he tries to break them out of the spell with some of the shinies. When that doesn't work, he tries to breathe fire on them. That doesn't work either. Chester catches up to a few old friends, tries to break them out of the spell. First, he tries to give them some shiny objects, and then he tries to breathe fire on them. Neither work. Okay, let's put it like that. I think it. I don't know. There shouldn't be like a read better, but I want it to be a I want it to be as succinct as possible and as event driven as possible. Sir manages to catch up to a few of his friends to try to break them from the enchantment. Okay, Chester tries to give them shiny gifts and then breathe fire on them, neither of which works. Okay. Desperate, Chester flies to Nestor's cave, where Nestor is about ready to fight. About ready to beat up Chester when he speaks. Chester Nestor. Okay. Let's see. Nestor tells Chester that Crooktooth has enchanted the dragons to act hostile. Master says the enchantment didn't work with him because he's stubborn. I'm gonna say that. Maybe I won't say that. Hebert sneaks in the Wizard Union and examines the Hall of Fame paintings and notices one is missing. Okay, Roland goes in the dwarf's extensive well-crafted mines, remembering a secret entrance. Roland gets into the kingdom. Goes in the into the dwarf mines, and then from there finds a secret entrance into the kingdom. Okay. This is something that could make me fall asleep, though. I am starting to fall asleep just by looking at it. Okay. Okay, so okay. At Fairy God College, an old friend tells Hubert about his back and is forcing students to become witches. Roland happens to notice all the people working the mines. Notices. I don't know if he can determine what's citizens and what's. Roland notices. We're gonna say notices. All the people working at the mines and finally spots a giant chain to a smelter. Giant's Roland's dad tells him to find Hubert and to tell him Max needs. We're gonna say needs a lot of Quicksilver for some reason. Okay. John and Hubert rendezvous at Scarborough for a chicken at the Renaissance Fair. But since the princess kidnapped for a reason, they decide to find her and rescue her if possible. Hubert contacts his old friend the Count and tells him to turn into a bat, see if he can find the princess. Am I falling asleep or what? I don't know if anybody was actually watching. Probably not. You're probably listening. And if you're noticing me trailing off, I actually don't get it. I mean, I get the part where like since I get the idea that since my lack of sleep or my lack of normal sleep schedule, that I would be sleepy or tired. But this is later in the day. I shouldn't be. Maybe my early morning targeting is wearing off, and maybe I should go get another thing. I don't know, 3:39. It's getting kind of late in the day, but I shouldn't be falling asleep now, I don't think. So I was just dozing off for just a second there, and my apologies to anybody watching. You know what I'm going to do? I think there's a little bit of coffee I can refill with. I'm going to go grab a taurine, and I will be right back. So I guess, I don't know, don't go away, I guess. If you don't want to miss any more exciting me falling asleep or me, you know, like reading off lines or something real quick. Anyways, I'm going to put on the thinking daily because I'm just getting coffee and I'm not really going away. I'm not taking a regular butt break. I'll be right back. I swear, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I mean, seriously, that should be something that only happens in the morning, not in the afternoon. I don't get why I did that. That said, I'm drinking too much coffee. My sleep schedule still isn't great, like I said, but that shouldn't be happening in the afternoon, almost 4 o'clock. Usually, even when I have had little sleep, once I'm over the hump in the morning, I should be good for the rest of the day, which is kind of weird, but whatever. Okay, so half of this stuff was already good as far as the streamlining goes, but I'm going to get to the part where it's not, and I'm going to try to make sure I keep the events down, the lines down. Um, if there's a separate event, even if it's the same location, I might just go ahead and allow that. I wasn't going to do that. I was going to do one event per one thing, one location, blah, blah, blah. That's not necessarily that practical. So we'll see here. Princess tied up to wine cask in the cellar manages to escape her ropes with the help of some mice. And actually, okay. Johnny, okay, rendezvous at Scarborough Fair, check in the Renaissance Fair. Since the princess was kidnapped for a reason, they decided to find her and rescue if possible. Okay, Hubert contacts his old friend the Count and tells him to turn into a bat and see if he can find the princess. The princess, tied up to a wine cask in the cellar, manages to escape her ropes with the help of some mice. She then tries to escape by getting into the dumbwaiter, to which she is forced upstairs. She stumbles upon a room with some maps and other documents, which she grabs and is recaptured. The Count comes back and tells John and Hubert what he found. And she is actually, at this time, she is chained, I think, and so I put this line afterwards because before it was when she was tied up, but now she's actually, so in order to not rescue her before she has the information, then she's recaptured. Okay, but is recaptured. You know, there was the deal about doing the the multiple player characters, I might still do that. I might not too. 'Cause I'm thinking, why don't I just, as they come, switch to, when I do scene switching, switch to another character, uh, not necessarily allowing the player to do it. I know it takes some choice away, but it just means that I don't have to keep track of separate things, and it does also mean, though, if you're stuck, you're going to still be stuck because you won't be able to actually physically switch to another another deal. So I'm not really sure if I'm going to do that for sure or not, but we'll see. She tries to escape, but gets in the dumbwaiter, forced upstairs. Okay, the Count comes back to John what he found. Max pulls Scarlet Red Clover out of hiding and asks her to go to conscript the werewolves into his service. Okay. Red tells the werewolves, led by Rottweiler, that they might be rid of their curse if they join Max's army. Let's see. Should I put that in there, or she's just telling them something? It's an event she's offering. Red tells the others, led by Rottweiler, they might be rid of their curse if they join Max's army. Kurt, Rottweiler's second in command, goes to meet with Violet after remembering Red and Violet's rivalry. Violet agrees to help Kurt become the leader of the pack if Kurt eliminates Red. Act 2. Zanzibar decides to skim money off the taxes he's collecting. Okay, so instead of decides to skim money off the taxes he's collecting, Zanzibar takes puts some of the tax money he's collected into his own pocket or purse, whatever you want to say. They were called purses, coin purse, not like a woman's purse or whatever. He's collected into his own pocket. Max finds out Zanzibar is stealing from the taxes, but doesn't know where Zanzibar hides it yet. Hebert and John go to the Grand Enchanted Hotel and arrive at the side door with some guards in front. Okay, that's okay. It's just describing. It's nothing especially flowery. Hebert casts a spell which doesn't work at first, but then gives the guards the illusion of a large wagon with food. Should I put that doesn't work at first, or should I just put, gives the guards the illusion of a wagon with food? I mean, he's still doing halfway, so Hebert casts it. Tries to conjure up a wagon full of food, but only succeeds on giving the guards the illusion. Let's see if I can write that out in a single line. Hebert tries conjure a wagon with food, but only succeeds in giving the guards the illusion of the wagon. There we go. That's just stronger to me as far as just being what it is. As they go into the kitchen, they find a secret passage into the wine cellar. John, it's the guard who's watching the princess with a heavy wine bottle. They try to walk out of the side doors. Try to walk out. I don't need the of. That doesn't really matter though. They try to walk out the side doors calmly and slowly, and then someone yells, "She's escaped!" Black Knight rides up on his black charger as our heroes run to an empty carriage. The guard that was knocked out runs out. Runs out. I don't need the side doors. Runs out and tells the Black Knight to get them. As the heroes speed away, the Black Knight starts chasing after them. Max uses Zanzibar shows to abduct more citizens and tourists for his mines. I want to qualify that for his mines. When he's got enough people working the mines, he proposes to help Zanzibar do one final big show. Zanzibar really agrees, and then finds where his stash is. The princess looks back and says something about the Black Knight looking familiar. The princess asks about the Black Knight tasting unicorn meat. Says such on. I see where the Black Knight hunted their own unicorns. Okay. This is a conversation that kind of doesn't need to be. This is an event. I mean, I could say while running away, they discussed the Black Knight hunting unicorns. But I don't even need that. Why don't I just take all of that out? Um, hmm. Hubert on a cook discuss the Black Knight hunting unicorns in this realm and others. I'll go ahead and put while playing hunting unicorns. Strictly, that's not strictly an event that happens. But it kind of, I guess it's kind of important. I'm thinking it's important to me. It's an actual, okay, so it's an actual action, right? So they're fleeing and they're discussing while they're in the carriage. Max confronts Zanzibar about the money he's been stealing and threatens this is his last show and he will perform it. And tells him he'll no longer be performing forever. Okay. I want the threat to be a thing. Confront him. Um Really that's not important either. Honestly. Um Hubert and Company. Okay, where's the... Here, let me see something here. Confront, Zanzibar. From his last show. Okay. Let's see something here. Let's take a couple of these lines. Let's take these lines out. Control X. Control V. Zanzibar. Max threatens, tells Zanzibar that this is his last show. That he knows he's been stealing and that this is his last show. After Corvus, it's gonna be Crow and the bars at Crow. Steals the money from the patrons, from the audience. Max yells that he took all his money. Crowd looks angrily towards Zanzibar and start chasing him. Okay. Hubert and Company. And company actually come to a bare forest and slows down a bit. Down a bit. Okay. I spot a unicorn standing around and approach it. But it doesn't run away. Okay, so there's this whole thing about let's see. The princess starts petting and talking to him, but because I wanted her to communicate with him first, because originally, you know, she was gonna be like with animals and stuff, and I'm going to turn this around a little bit. Starts petting and talking to him. John then mentions he read a book on unicorn sign language once. Okay, and that's going to be kind of a joke because it's going to be a book that he finds in his library and that you wouldn't find in our realm because we don't have unicorns and much less talk to animals. We're going to say, John gestures to the unicorn. And asks it if it actually, and they proceed to talk. When John and the unicorn is finished, John tells them what they said. John says this unicorn has forgotten where it was going and is lost. Hubert then says he must be losing his memory because they're in Lapswood. They're in Lapswood. Okay, just then, and I sort of, okay, so it still does a few things, but these are now just events, right? Princess Slap starts petting and talking to him. John then mentions he read a book on unicorn sign language once. John gestures a unicorn and they proceed to talk. When John and the unicorn are finished, John tells them what they said, what they talked about. John says the unicorn has forgotten where it was going and is lost. Hubert says he must be losing his memory because they're in Lapswood. Elsewhere, we'll say elsewhere. Elsewhere, Max gets word that the Omni Gate is ready for testing, so he leaves for the castle. There's no confusion. They start coming at him angrily, and he's got to start running. Zanzibar dazzles the crowd, puts off the crowd with a few cheap tricks, and escapes out the back. With his loot. Say distracts. Distracts the crowd with a few cheap tricks and escapes out the back with his loot. 404 is it? Okay. Karin tells Hubert to use his magic. Okay. Back in Lapswood, Karin asks Hubert to use his magic, and then reply when he which he tries to back in Lapswood, Hubert realizes this may be Sir William, and then casts a spell to change him back. The spell doesn't work, but allows the unicorn to talk to them in human speech. Doesn't work correctly, but allows the unicorn to talk to them in human speech. And they'll start walking together. Soon nobody remembers what they're doing. John notices Hubert wearing wizard garb and suggests he's a wizard. Suggests he cast a spell or something. He reaches in the bag, pulls out some hats, and puts them on. Then wiggles his fingers. When he does this, they're instantly teleported elsewhere. Roland walks to the only open restaurant in town, Scarborough for chicken. Looks around, starts asking about Hubert until finally get to the count. Starts asking about Hubert until finally getting to the count sitting down at a table. Okay, that's alright. Roland asks the count if he has any idea of where Hubert is. Count replies he's supposed to show up here, but doesn't know what happened to him. Count says he'll fly around to see. Okay. The Count replies he'll go and try to find him. Count says he'll try to go find him. See something here. And turns into a bat. As Roland sits down. Look at it like that. The werewolves tell Red they want proof, and she goes and gets Max, who promptly gets rid of the curse for the two of them. Werewolves led by Rottweiler throw Red into a hut in disgust, and then Kurt comes back. The werewolves discuss. The werewolves debate. And eventually agree. And then brings Red back out. Red goes back to Max with a positive answer, as Kurt and several others audibly dissent. Maybe I'll just be a little bit more straightforward, more English language here. Let's see, eventually agree, red Bex, here. To tell the news to Max as Kurt and a lot of the other start rumbling. Okay. Hubert John, the Princess, Sir William. Hubert and Company. Does not includes the cook as well. Hubert and Company wake up on the road with a big headache. And confirms was definite lapse would because of the headaches. See, that's on 2 lines. Wake up. Hubert and Company wake up on the road and confirm it was definitely lapsewood. Because of a splitting headache. Splitting headaches. We'll leave it like that. Okay. Hubert recognizes the road and they travel without event to Bats in a Belfry motel. At the Bats in Belfry, Hubert rings the bell loudly a few times. Flies in. Rematerializes in front of them. We don't need to worry about mentioning they had trouble. The Count mentions Roland is looking for him. He tells the Count, let's see. After the Count goes and gets Roland tells them that Max's quicksilver mines are in the Gnome Kingdom. After reviewing the papers. With the documents the princess grabbed the Omnigate papers. In the papers, the princess grabbed our plans to some huge machine called the Omni Gate. Hubert sends Roland and John into the mines, and then him and Sir William. Okay. Hubert tells Sir William they're going to have to infiltrate the administration castle. Hubert casts a spell on Sir William, hoping to turn him into a bird. Starts growing wings and she can lift. Okay. Sir William tells Hubert to hop on, and they'll fly to the castle. Okay, so let's Hubert cast a spell. Hubert tells Sir William that they're going to have to head to the castle. Hubert then proceeds to cast a spell on Sir William. When Sir William sprouts some wings. Okay. Hubert tells Sir William he used a spell to turn him into a bird, but well, Sir William tells Hubert to hop on, and they'll fly to the castle. So the idea here, at least in the game, when I write it, is see, some of these are going to actually be in the same location and stuff, or whatever. So the idea is he tries to turn him into a bird, but his magic doesn't work, and so he grows wings. But actually, I'm going to do a thing where he tells him, "What were you trying to do? Turn me into a bird?" He's going to say, "Well, I did cast that spell on you, but I knew it wasn't going to work. I was hoping that this would happen." In other words, the idea is he was taking a chance that his magic will malfunction in the way that he was hoping it would work. Anyways, where are we at? 418. Yeah. Do I? Let's see. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, there's Act 3. 282. 282. See, it's been changed just slightly. I'm not going to worry that much about it, though, but... Okay. 279. Um... Should I wrap it up for today? I guess I should wrap it up for today. I wasn't planning on even doing the streamlining part until till Thursday, but I was hoping I would get part of this in, which I did actually. Um, let's see, where are we at? 209. $109 to 209. That's to 280. Okay, that's 70. So we're actually slightly over halfway. Actually, here, let's do the full. So 395. So about 400. So about 200 would have been about the middle. And we're at what, 209? Okay, it's got to be 209, right? Okay, 209. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. And maybe I'll do 3. And this. Shoot, maybe we'll do that. Actually, maybe what I'll do is delete. No, Control Z. Delete. That. That way, book. How about that? So this one here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, and 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. I didn't strictly need to do that, but what the heck, right? That means I'll come here tomorrow and finish up, or on Thursday. Thursday, I mean, not tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be editing. There we go. I could have called it break. I could have called it anything, but we'll leave it there. I think that's good. I think that's good work for today. It's not a lot of work, but it is a lot of work. I mean, it's not. It's like I made a good amount of progress. I got everything in here. I didn't have to do that much streamlining, even though I still got some more to go through. Maybe I'll take a couple more looks at it after I'm done with it. And yeah. And maybe I should go ahead and should I record another little dealie at the end saying what I did today? I think I should start doing that, what I did at the end of the day. So I'll just go ahead and I'll do a quick recording here. It's not going to be much. It's just a little short blurb that just says what I did for the day. Okay, give me a sec. Okay, so what I did today was I finished off. Wait a second, wrong thing. I finished off. I took these subplot outlines, the 3 of them. I rewrote them a little bit, and then I inserted them in here. And then when I was completely done, I started streamlining all of them up until about line 209, which is a little over halfway through. So tomorrow I'll start there, the next time I'll start there, and finish streamlining. And that's all I did for today. Still progress. Okay, I think that will do it for today. I think today I'm good. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody See, I'm up to 4 concurrent viewers now. That's pretty good. You know, usually it's a lot of the times it's 1 and 2. One is just me myself. Two is when somebody else is watching, and then sometimes it's 3. But now I'm getting 4. That's pretty good. I'm doing pretty well, I think. Thanks for watching and or listening, and uh, there's a lot more to come. I mean, I've got, this is going to take a while. Originally, I was going to spend about 5 years. I was planning on 5 years, just not because I was thinking I would spend that, but just mostly to give myself way enough leeway time to finish this, because this is pretty complex, pretty big, and I don't know really how long it's going to take if I'm consistently working on it. So there's a lot more to come where that came from, and pretty soon here, probably next week. I'm gonna say next week. I'm actually going to start implementing these as scenes in an actual game. They'll link to each other. I'll have to copy the lines. I have to put them into individual scenes, and I'll basically just have to string them out. And yeah, I don't know if I'm going to. I might decide to rearrange some so that I bunch up stuff in a location instead of like all kind of like interleaved like I did here. Um, because I was thinking that I need to do that, switching back and forth. Eventually, you'd be switching back and forth and stuff. But this choose an adventure version, I hope to not have whatever 400 lines, or actually it'd be more like 200 lines single space, so it'd be 200 scenes, 200 deals. But there's definitely not 200 necessarily 200 locations. There's only a few locations um, that I can, the werewolf village, and then the castle, and then um, where Scarborough for Chicken is, and there's a few places I can actually write them down eventually to see how few I can get away with in the game. But starting next week, I should be well on to actually creating the game, actually working on the game, working with some code. I still have to work with some text in some cases, because after I'll make a thing. It's sort of like a book, right? Where each scene, you click on it, you go to the next scene, and it doesn't have any choice or anything. Then when I got them all in like this linear format, like a book, sort of, kind of like a book, um, then I'll start making charts and deciding where would be interesting places to actually branch off and to do things, and to be able to go in and yeah, and just basically do certain things. And so then it should form it into a real game, and then I'll go back through it and make sure I don't have too many locations. Make sure it does have some interesting choices in it, and then I'll fill them out. I'll actually take each one of these lines and actually have a full like scene. The cat goes and gets Roland. Roland tells him Max's Quicksilver mines are in the Gnome Kingdom, so it'll have the thing. Roland is sitting around Scarborough Fried Chicken, patiently waiting, and then Max, the bat, comes in, turns back into a man, and tells Roland, yeah, the Hubert is over here at my hotel. You're welcome to join us. And then he follows them, and then they go into the hotel, and it'll be like a page or something, a paragraph or some such. And then some of these will have some choices to go through, and it'll become a real game. And who knows? Maybe by the end of March, I'll have a fully complete working choose your own adventure version of this story. That's fully working like it's supposed to before I start my next phase. Anyways, sorry I ramble. I tend to ramble here at the end. But again, thanks for watching, and I'll try. Here, let me. Okay. Yeah, so thanks, and I will see you. I'll probably see you tomorrow for an edit stream, but I'll see you Thursday so we can finish up this streamlining here. Anyways, thanks. Thank you for watching.